Settle in. Let the noise of the day fall away. The flicker of candlelight softens the edges of your thoughts, and the quiet hum of history begins to rise beneath it. Outside your window, the world fades. In here, the room is still, the light is low, and you are safe to drift, not just into sleep, but into another time. Tonight, we step into the shadows of a man who once shook the foundations of Europe. A man born on a rugged island who rose from obscurity to command nations and reshape empires. His name would echo through centuries, not as a king born into power, but as a force of nature who seized it with sheer will. His victories were legendary, his ambition boundless, his downfall inevitable. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte. But this isn't the tale told in classrooms or dusty textbooks. It's quieter here. We begin not with cannon fire or coronations, but with a candle, burning low in a cold stone room on the edge of the world, where a once mighty emperor now fades into memory. Let the story unfold around you. Let your breath slow, your body sink, and your mind wander. You're no longer here, you're there, and the journey is just beginning. Napoleon Bonaparte was born in the summer of 1769 on the Mediterranean island of Corsica, just months after France claimed it from Genoa. Though his family held Italian roots and modest nobility, it would be France that shaped his destiny. By the time he was in his mid-30s, he would be crowned emperor, ruling vast stretches of Europe through fire, strategy, and the force of will. As a young man, Napoleon left Corsica behind and journeyed to mainland France, where he enrolled in a military academy and was commissioned into the French Royal Army. When the French Revolution ignited in 1789, he aligned himself with its radical vision, championing revolutionary ideals even back in Corsica. His meteoric rise began in the early 1790s when he broke a siege at Toulon and later crushed a royalist uprising in Paris. By 1796, he was handed command of the Army of Italy, and his lightning-fast campaign there transformed him into a national hero. In Egypt and Syria, he led another daring campaign, one that failed militarily but elevated his reputation and gave him the political momentum to seize control of France. In 1799, Napoleon orchestrated a coup, toppling the French Directory and declaring himself first consul. Within a few years, he consolidated power, crowned himself Emperor of the French in 1804, and sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States to raise funds for war. His reign would usher in a wave of expansion and conflict. He shattered coalition after coalition. At Austerlitz in 1805, he obliterated the armies of Austria and Russia, ending the Holy Roman Empire. He swept through Prussia and into Eastern Europe, crushing opponents at Jena and Friedland. In 1708, he turned west, invading Spain and Portugal, installing his brother on the Spanish throne. But this time, the war dragged on bitterly. In 1812, with Europe mostly under his thumb, Napoleon gambled everything on a massive invasion of Russia. He took Moscow, but it proved a hollow victory. Winter came early, and the Grande Armée was devastated during the retreat. The spell of invincibility shattered. By 1813, former enemies, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, had rejoined forces. Napoleon was decisively beaten at the Battle of Leipzig, and by the spring of 1814, Allied forces marched into Paris. He abdicated and was exiled to the island of Elba. But Napoleon was not finished. Less than a year later, he escaped Elba, returned to France, and within weeks had reclaimed the throne in what became known as the 100 Days. Yet Europe was done gambling. A new coalition confronted him, and at Waterloo in June 1815, he suffered his final defeat. He was captured and exiled again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he would live out his last years in isolation. He died there in 1821, likely from stomach cancer, at the age of 51. Even in death, Napoleon's shadow lingered. He is remembered as one of history's most brilliant military strategists, a commander whose campaigns are still studied in military academies around the world. But his impact stretched far beyond the battlefield. In France and much of Europe, he rewrote laws, centralized governments, and restructured society. His Napoleonic Code became the legal foundation for many modern nations. He expanded public education, curtailed the power of the aristocracy and the church, and opened civil service roles to merit rather than birthright. He also abolished feudal remnants and religious persecution in many lands under his control. Yet his legacy is complex and deeply controversial. He silenced the free press, suppressed dissent, and ruled with a heavy hand. He restored slavery in many French colonies and curtailed the rights of women and children. Though he emancipated religious minorities in some regions, he reinstated monarchy and nobility across others. His wars left millions dead, his conquests drained economies, and his vision of glory often came at an unbearable cost. To some, he was a visionary; to others, a tyrant cloaked in brilliance. But to all, he was unforgettable. As the candlelight softens and the noise of distant empires fades, our story drifts back to a quiet street in Ajaccio, Corsica, where a restless child was born beneath the warm hush of the Mediterranean sky. It was August 15th, 1769, just 1 year after France had taken control of the island from Genoa. The child was born Napoleone di Bonaparte into a family of minor Italian nobility with deep Tuscan and Lombard roots. His father, Carlo Buonaparte, and his mother, Letizia Ramolino, lived in the modest Maison Bonaparte, a home that would one day be remembered by history. Napoleon was the second of 8 surviving children, though his parents endured the grief of losing 5 more in infancy. The household was strict and devoutly Catholic, and Napoleon was baptized accordingly. As a young boy, his name would appear in many forms: Napoleone, Napoleone, Napoleone. But the world would come to know him by a far simpler name: Napoleon. Corsica at the time was a place of tension and pride, caught between the fading independence movement and the rising power of France. Carlo Buonaparte had once stood with the great Corsican leader Pasquale Paoli in rebellion against French rule. But after the movement's defeat at Ponte Novo, Carlo shifted allegiance and earned favor with the new French authorities. He formed a relationship with Charles-Louis de Marbeuf, the French governor of Corsica, who would not only become his patron, but serve as godfather to young Napoleon. It was this connection that opened the door for opportunity. Carlo was appointed as Corsica's representative to the royal court of Louis XVI, and his son was granted a scholarship to study in France, a decision that would alter the boy's life forever. Though Carlo played the role of diplomat and guide, it was Letizia, strong-willed, unyielding, fiercely protective, who anchored Napoleon's early character. He later credited her discipline with shaping his destiny. once declaring that a child's future is forged by the mother's hand. Their family was not wealthy, but they had enough status and connection to offer Napoleon the privilege of education, an opportunity rare for Corsicans at the time. At the age of 9, he left the island behind and arrived in Autun, a town in mainland France, where he was placed in a religious school to begin learning French. His native tongue was Corsican, laced with Italian, and though he would become fluent in French, he never lost his thick island accent. His handwriting and spelling in French remained poor for much of his life. From Autun, he was transferred to the military academy at Brienne-le-Château, where the young foreigner endured years of teasing and alienation. The other students mocked his accent, his stature, and his awkward manners. Isolated and introspective, Napoleon immersed himself in books. He excelled in mathematics and displayed a sharp memory for geography and history. An instructor once remarked that he would have made an excellent sailor. Though most of his time at Brienne was marked by solitude, a later tale, possibly embellished, tells of a young Napoleon leading a group of younger boys to victory in a snowball fight against older students, a hint at the commanding presence he would later fully embody. During these years, he also developed a deep sense of Corsican identity and an admiration for Paoli, the man his father once followed. In 1784, he was admitted to the École Militaire in Paris, the elite training ground for France's future military leaders. There he chose to specialize in artillery, driven by his affinity for mathematics. He read voraciously, works on science, philosophy, and military history, but continued to struggle with the French language and had little interest in German. Tragedy struck in 1785 with the death of his father, which left the family in financial distress. With no choice but to accelerate his studies, Napoleon completed the 2-year course in just one. He was examined by none other than the famed mathematician and astronomer Pierre-Simon Laplace, and passed with distinction, becoming the first Corsican ever to graduate from the École Militaire. The boy from a remote island, mocked and overlooked, had now been forged into a soldier, an outsider no longer. The world would soon learn that Napoleon Bonaparte was not just ambitious, he was inevitable. With his formal training complete and his commission secured, the young officer left the rigid halls of the École Militaire behind and stepped into a world that was beginning to unravel. The old order of France was cracking, and in the echoes of its collapse, opportunities for ambition began to appear, first as whispers, then as open doors. For Napoleon Bonaparte, the timing was perfect. The revolution had begun, and with it came the chance to rise not by birthright, but by action. At just 16, he had already received his commission as a second lieutenant in the artillery regiment of La Fère. He was stationed first in Valence, then in Auxonne, but he spent much of his leave back home in Corsica, drawn again and again to the land that had shaped him. The revolutionary spirit spreading across France stirred his own deeply rooted Corsican identity. In 1789, as the revolution gathered momentum, Napoleon returned to the island to support the Republican cause, hoping to align the destiny of Corsica with that of a changing France. But the homecoming was not the triumph he imagined. Pasquale Paoli, once Napoleon's hero and now the returning leader of Corsican nationalism, regarded the Bonaparte family with contempt. He had never forgiven Carlo Bonaparte for abandoning the cause of independence in favor of French favor. To Paoli, Napoleon was the son of a traitor, and any alliance between them was out of the question. What followed was a bitter and complicated conflict, not between nations, but within Corsica itself. The island became a battleground of competing loyalties, royalists clinging to tradition, revolutionaries pushing for reform, and nationalists demanding independence. Napoleon, young and unrelenting, sided with the Jacobins and the pro-French Republicans. He was given command of a battalion of Corsican volunteers, and despite internal disputes and overstaying his military leave, was promoted to captain in the regular French army by 1792. But the politics of the island grew more treacherous. In 1793, he joined an unsuccessful expedition to capture Sardinia, which ended in failure and accusation. Paoli, now openly opposed to French authority, was blamed for sabotaging the mission. The French National Convention declared him an enemy of the revolution. By June of that year, Napoleon attempted to seize Ajaccio with 400 French troops, but Paoli's loyalists held the city, and the effort failed. Word soon reached him that he and his entire family had been condemned by the Corsican Assembly. The message was clear: they were no longer welcome. The Bonapartes fled Corsica and sailed to the French mainland, finding refuge in the port city of Toulon. For Napoleon, it was a painful exile, but not the end. It was, in many ways, the true beginning. From the ashes of defeat in Corsica, Napoleon arrived in Toulon a man displaced, but not defeated. Though he had lost his homeland, he had not lost his resolve. The revolution was still surging through France, toppling old structures and clearing the way for new figures to rise. For a sharp and ambitious young officer, it was a crucible of possibility. And it was here, in the southern port city of Toulon, that Napoleon Bonaparte first made the world take notice. Upon returning to his regiment in Nice, he was placed in charge of a coastal artillery battery. Still just in his early 20s, he published a short political pamphlet titled Le Souper de Beaucaire, in which he pledged loyalty to the National Convention and aligned himself with the Jacobin cause. The work was modest in length, but bold in message. It marked him not just as a soldier, but as a man of conviction with revolutionary ideals. That September, with the support of fellow Corsican and political ally Antoine Christophe Salicetti, Napoleon was appointed Chief of Artillery for the Republican forces besieging the city of Toulon. The port had fallen into the hands of royalists and foreign allies, British and Spanish troops who opposed the revolution. The stakes were high and the situation was desperate. Yet Bonaparte, calm and calculated, saw what others did not. He studied the terrain, increased the number of artillery pieces, and proposed a bold strategy: seize the key fort atop a hill overlooking the harbour. From that vantage point, the Republican guns could drive the enemy from the city below. The assault took place on the 16th and 17th of December. It was brutal and costly, but it worked. The Allied forces were forced to evacuate. Toulon fell, and with it, Napoleon's reputation soared. The victory brought him to the attention of influential figures within the revolutionary government, including Augustin Robespierre, the younger brother of the infamous Maximilien Robespierre. As a result, Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general and placed in charge of France's defences along the Mediterranean coast. His rise was accelerating. In February 1794, he was named artillery commander of the Army of Italy and began drafting plans for an attack on the Kingdom of Sardinia. His strategies bore fruit quickly. In April, during the Second Battle of Saorgio, French forces executed Bonaparte's plan to perfection, capturing the high ground and pressing through the rugged terrain to seize the mountain town of Ormea. From there, they turned west, outflanking the Austro-Sardinian forces and forcing them into retreat. It was a victory born not of brute force, but of calculated positioning and foresight, hallmarks of Napoleon's growing genius. In the aftermath, Robespierre sent him to the Republic of Genoa on a diplomatic mission to gauge whether that small but strategic state would lean toward France or resist. Though modest on the surface, it was a sign of the trust and responsibility now being placed in him. Napoleon was no longer just a soldier. He was becoming something more, a strategist, a tactician, a name that would soon stretch far beyond France's borders. As the revolution devoured its own children, the political tides in France shifted once again. The fall of Maximilien Robespierre in the summer of 1794 sent shockwaves through the Republic, and those once close to the Jacobins found themselves suddenly suspect. Napoleon Bonaparte, whose rise had been aided by Jacobin connections, was no exception. He was arrested that August, but released within 2 weeks, spared perhaps more by timing than favor. The political winds had changed, and with them, Napoleon's path would take another unexpected turn. Despite the uncertainty, he continued to serve. In early 1795, he was involved in plans to push back against Austrian forces in Italy and joined an unsuccessful expedition to reclaim Corsica from British control. It was a personal mission as much as a military one, but the Royal Navy turned them back, sealing Napoleon's exile from his homeland. Around this time, he grew close to Désirée Clary, whose sister was married to his older brother Joseph. Their brief romance inspired him to write Clisson et Eugénie, a sentimental novella echoing the emotional themes of love, duty, and longing, perhaps the only time Napoleon allowed his personal vulnerabilities to spill onto the page. That spring, Napoleon was reassigned to the Army of the West to suppress the royalist uprising in the Vendée. But commanding infantry in a domestic counter-rebellion felt like a demotion from his previous artillery roles, and he declined the posting, citing poor health. By September, his refusal cost him dearly. He was removed from the list of active generals. In a bid to remain relevant, he applied to serve in Constantinople under the Ottoman Sultan Selim III, a request that was approved but never acted upon. His future, for the moment, seemed adrift. Then, in October, Paris erupted. Royalist forces rose up against the National Convention, seeking to overturn the fragile government and restore the monarchy. The uprising threatened to plunge the capital into chaos. Paul Barras, a key revolutionary figure, remembered Bonaparte's cunning at Toulon and called him in as second-in-command to defend the convention at the Tuileries Palace. Napoleon, ever the strategist, remembered well the slaughter of the Swiss guards at that same palace in 1792. He knew that speed and firepower would be decisive. He ordered a young cavalry officer, Joachim Murat, to seize cannons from the outskirts of the city and then place them in strategic positions throughout the narrow streets of Paris. On the morning of October 5th, 1795, known in the revolutionary calendar as 13 Vendémiaire, Napoleon gave the order to fire. Canister shot ripped through the insurgents. The brutal effectiveness of artillery in an urban setting stunned the rebels, and within hours, the uprising was crushed. Between 300 and 1,400 royalists lay dead in the streets. It was a decisive moment, not just for the Republic, but for Napoleon himself. His actions had saved the government. and in return, the Directory took notice. Just weeks later, he was promoted to Commander of the Army of the Interior, a post of immense influence. And by January 1796, he had been appointed Commander of the Army of Italy, a position that would place him on the threshold of military greatness. Around this time, his personal life shifted as dramatically as his public one. He began a relationship with Josephine de Beauharnais, a refined and charming widow who had once been the mistress of Barras himself. Born in the Caribbean and the daughter of a slave-owning plantation family, Josephine carried the grace and connections of old colonial wealth. Their bond grew quickly, and they were married in a civil ceremony on March 9th, 1796. That same year, Napoleon quietly began simplifying his name, shedding the Italian di Bonaparte for the more commanding, unmistakable Napoleon Bonaparte. The boy from Corsica had now become a man of France, and soon the whole of Europe would know his name. With a new title, a new wife, and rising favour within the halls of power, Napoleon Bonaparte stood on the edge of something far greater than prestige. He was no longer just a promising officer or a hero of domestic rebellion. He was now a commanding force, entrusted with the fate of an entire front. Just 2 days after his marriage to Josephine, he left Paris behind and rode south, tasked with breathing life into a weary, underfed, and underpaid army, stationed in the mountains of northern Italy. What awaited him there would not only change the course of the French Republic, it would transform him into a legend. The army of Italy had long been neglected, overshadowed by France's larger campaigns along the Rhine. But under Napoleon's command, it would become the sharpest blade in the revolutionary arsenal. He moved quickly and decisively, striking first at the Kingdom of Sardinia in the region of Piedmont. In a rapid series of battles known as the Montenotte campaign, he dismantled their resistance in just 2 weeks, forcing them to withdraw from the war before Austrian reinforcements could arrive. With Sardinia neutralized, Bonaparte turned his full attention to the Austrians. The siege of Mantua became the central objective, and the Austrians launched wave after wave to break it. But each time, Napoleon met them with precise force, brilliant maneuvers, and tactical innovation. He defeated Austrian forces at Castiglione, Bassano, Arcola, and finally at Rivoli in January 1797. The victory at Rivoli was devastating to the enemy. Nearly half of the Austrian troops were killed, wounded, or captured. It marked the collapse of Habsburg dominance in Italy and cemented France's control of the region. Napoleon's momentum was unstoppable. From Italy, he launched his forces into the Austrian heartland. Though Archduke Charles had bested French forces in southern Germany the previous year, he was now forced to abandon his position and race back to protect Vienna. Bonaparte pushed deep into Austrian territory, winning at Tarvis and reaching the town of Leoben, just 100 kilometers from the capital. Alarmed, the Austrians sued for peace. The preliminary Treaty of Leoben, signed on April 18, 1797, handed France control of much of northern Italy and the Low Countries, and set the stage for the division of the once mighty Republic of Venice. Napoleon marched into Venice shortly thereafter, bringing its millennium-long independence to an abrupt end. He authorized his troops to seize vast amounts of treasure, including the famed horses of St. Mark, and sent them back to France as trophies of conquest. By the end of the Italian campaign, Napoleon's army had taken 150,000 prisoners, captured 540 cannons, and seized 170 military standards. His forces fought in 67 separate engagements and won 18 major battles. With superior artillery, swift maneuvers, and unrelenting pressure, he had accomplished what no French general before him had achieved. The wealth extracted from Italy was staggering: 45 million francs in plunder, another 12 million in gems and precious metals, and more than 300 paintings and sculptures taken from churches and palaces across the region. As his battlefield legend grew, so too did his influence in the political arena. He launched 2 newspapers, one for his troops and another to shape public opinion back in France. But not everyone was impressed. Royalists accused him of looting Italy and warned of his growing ambition. In response, Napoleon acted. He sent General Charles-Pierre Augereau to Paris to assist in a bloodless coup on September 4th, known as the Coup of 18 Fructidor. The result was a purge of royalists from France's legislative councils, a consolidation of power by his allies, and a growing reliance on Napoleon's support. With peace formalized by the Treaty of Campo Formio, Napoleon returned to Paris in December 1797, not as a mere general, but as a national hero. He was met with adoration, surrounded by whispers of future greatness. He made contact with Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, the foreign minister, and was soon appointed to lead the Army of England for an ambitious and long-dreamed plan, the invasion of Britain. But even as the plans took shape, Napoleon's eyes were already drifting elsewhere, toward a different empire, across desert sands, beneath ancient skies. Fresh from his triumphs in Italy and adored by the public, Napoleon Bonaparte stood at a crossroads. The French Directory, fearful of his growing popularity, yet dependent on his victories, sought to keep him at arm's length from Parisian politics. At the same time, Napoleon's gaze turned outward, past Europe's borders, toward a dream that was as ambitious as it was strategic: to strike at the heart of Britain's empire by way of the east. But rather than march on London, he set his sights on Egypt. The goal was bold and carefully calculated. Napoleon believed that France's naval forces were not yet strong enough to challenge the British Royal Navy directly. Instead, he proposed seizing Egypt to block Britain's access to its prized colony, India. He envisioned a sweeping alliance between France and the Indian princes, including Tipu, Sultan of Mysore, and promised the Directory that once Egypt was secured, he would push eastward to confront the British on foreign soil. The Directory, eager for a distraction and seduced by the promise of expanded trade routes, gave their blessing. In May of 1798, as plans took shape, Napoleon was elected to the French Academy of Sciences. But he did more than prepare a military invasion. He organized an intellectual one as well. Accompanying his army was a contingent of 167 scholars, scientists, engineers, and artists. Together, they would document Egypt's ancient wonders and contribute to one of the greatest scholarly efforts of the era. Their discoveries would eventually include the Rosetta Stone, and their collective work would be published years later in the monumental Description de l'Égypte. Setting sail from France, the expedition made its first major stop at Malta, then under the control of the Knights Hospitaller. The island was surrendered with little resistance, and France gained a valuable naval base with minimal loss. From there, the fleet evaded British pursuit and reached the Egyptian coast, landing at Alexandria on July 1st. Once on land, Napoleon's army engaged the Mamluks, the ruling military caste of Egypt. At Shubra Kit, French troops tested new defensive formations that would prove decisive in the coming battles. 3 weeks later, they clashed again at the Battle of the Pyramids, just 15 miles from the ancient monuments. Outnumbered by swift Mamluk cavalry, Napoleon formed massive infantry squares, bristling with bayonets and artillery. The result was a crushing French victory. Thousands of Mamluks fell, while French casualties remained minimal. Morale soared. But triumph on land was soon shadowed by disaster at sea. On August 1st, British Admiral Horatio Nelson launched a surprise attack in the Bay of Aboukir. Nearly the entire French fleet was destroyed in the Battle of the Nile. Napoleon was now cut off from Europe, trapped in Egypt with no easy route home. Still, he pressed forward. In early 1799, Napoleon led a force of 13,000 into the Ottoman territories of modern-day Syria and Israel. His army stormed Arish, Gaza, Haifa, and Jaffa. At Jaffa, after discovering that many captured defenders had previously surrendered under parole, he ordered a mass execution. Estimates of the dead range from 1,500 to 5,000. For 3 days, the city was looted, and civilians suffered unspeakable violence. It was one of the darkest episodes of his military career. The campaign stalled at the fortress of Acre. Unable to breach its defenses, and with his men falling ill, many from bubonic plague, Napoleon was forced to retreat to Egypt. Rumors later swirled that he had ordered terminally ill soldiers to be given opium to hasten their deaths, sparing them a painful end and ensuring the army could move quickly. Back in Egypt, he secured one final military victory against an Ottoman landing force at the Battle of Aboukir on July 25th. But by then, news from France had grown dire. The war of the Second Coalition had turned against the Republic. Sensing that France was once again in crisis and seeing an opportunity, Napoleon made a fateful decision. Without waiting for orders, and with British ships temporarily absent from the Mediterranean, he slipped away from Egypt on August 24th, 1799, leaving General Jean-Baptiste Kleber in command of the stranded army. Napoleon sailed not just back to France, but back toward power. His campaign in Egypt had failed to create a lasting empire, but it had added a new layer to his mythos. Not just a general, but a visionary, restless, daring, and always one step ahead of history. When Napoleon Bonaparte returned to French soil in October 1799, he stepped back into a country fraying at the seams. Though he had abandoned his army in Egypt and failed to establish a lasting Eastern Empire, he was welcomed home as a savior. The French public, weary of chaos and corruption, saw in him a figure of order and strength. News of his military exploits, amplified through carefully managed propaganda, had reached ahead of him, and the failures abroad were quietly eclipsed by the myth that now surrounded his name. Unknown to Napoleon, the Directory had previously issued orders demanding his return to France to help defend against a potential invasion, but those messages had never reached him. By the time he arrived, France had secured a few military victories, but beneath the surface, the nation was on the verge of collapse. The economy was in ruin. The Directory, France's ruling executive body, had become a symbol of incompetence and division. While the war abroad dragged on, the political war at home had reached its breaking point. Sensing opportunity, Bonaparte moved swiftly. He forged alliances with key political figures, including the cunning diplomat Charles-Maurice de Talleyrand, his own brother Lucien, and powerful members of the Council of 500 and the Directory itself. men like Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, Roger Ducos, and Joseph Fouché. Together, they conspired to bring down the faltering government from within. On the 9th of November 1799, 18 Brumaire, according to the revolutionary calendar, the coup was set in motion. Under the guise of protecting the Republic, Napoleon and his allies orchestrated a transfer of power. The next day, soldiers loyal to him, grenadiers with bayonets fixed, surrounded the chambers of the Council of 500. Inside, resistance flared briefly, but the presence of armed troops left no room for debate. The Directory was dissolved, and a new provisional government was declared. Power was now placed in the hands of 3 consuls, Bonaparte among them. Though presented as a shared leadership, it quickly became clear that Napoleon would not be content with merely one voice among equals. He had seized control not just of a government, but of France itself. A new chapter had begun, one where the revolutionary dream would bend to the will of a single man. With the coup of 18 Brumaire behind him, Napoleon Bonaparte wasted no time transforming the chaotic remnants of the French Revolution into a regime shaped entirely by his vision. The old slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity still echoed in the streets, but inside the corridors of power, a new order was quietly taking root, one ruled not by collective will, but by a single commanding voice. On December 15, 1799, Bonaparte introduced the Constitution of the Year 8. In theory, it established a republic led by 3 consuls, each serving a 10-year term. In practice, it was a carefully engineered facade. Napoleon, as first consul, held the reins of real power. The second and third consul, Jean-Jacques Cambacérès and Charles-François Lebrun, were little more than advisors, their roles deliberately shaped to avoid competition. Additional governing bodies like the tribunate and legislative body were filled through layers of indirect elections, while the Senate and Council of State were handpicked by the executive. The illusion of democratic input was preserved, but the outcome was tightly controlled. To legitimize his rule, Bonaparte turned to a plebiscite. On February 7, 1800, the new constitution was officially approved by an overwhelming majority, more than 3 million votes in favor and just over 1,500 against. But the numbers were deceptive. His brother Lucien had doubled the yes vote count to create the illusion of near universal support. It was political theatre on a grand scale, designed to mask what many historians would later call a dictatorship dressed in republican clothing. Behind the scenes, Napoleon wasted no time tightening his grip. Regional and local governments were reorganized to concentrate authority in Paris. Censorship was introduced, and most opposition newspapers were shut down. Royalist uprisings and regional rebellions were met with a mix of calculated leniency and ruthless suppression. Rebels who laid down their arms were often pardoned. Those who resisted were crushed. At the same time, Bonaparte worked to stabilize the state's finances. He raised taxes on basic goods like tobacco, alcohol, and salt, secured loans by promising to defend private property, and imposed levies on satellite republics under French influence. In his eyes, a prosperous and stable France would be harder to overthrow. Still, Napoleon knew that nothing solidified power like military success. To secure his position, he aimed to deliver what the people wanted most: peace through strength. In May 1800, he led a French army across the Swiss Alps in a bold and treacherous march designed to outflank Austrian forces who had reclaimed northern Italy. After capturing Milan in early June, he confronted the Austrians at the Battle of Marengo on June 14th. The battle began badly for the French. Caught off guard, Napoleon's forces were pushed back, inch by inch, under the weight of the Austrian assault. But as the day wore on, General Louis Desailly arrived with reinforcements. With renewed strength and a well-timed counterattack, the French turned the tide. By nightfall, the Austrians were in full retreat, leaving behind 14,000 casualties. The next day, they signed an armistice and agreed to abandon Italy once more. When negotiations later stalled, Bonaparte reopened hostilities in November. Under General Jean-Victor Marie Moreau, the French army surged into Bavaria and dealt the Austrians another crushing blow at the Battle of Hohenlinden in December. This victory forced Austria to the negotiating table once more, resulting in the Treaty of Luneville in February 1801. The treaty confirmed and expanded France's earlier territorial gains, securing Napoleon's hold on power both at home and abroad. Yet even as his popularity soared, the shadows around him deepened. Plots emerged from both ends of the political spectrum. Jacobins in the military, bitter over lost influence, and royalists hoping to restore the old regime, saw Napoleon as a usurper. In October 1800, the dagger plot attempted to take his life. 2 months later, another attempt, the plot of the Rue Saint-Nicaise, nearly succeeded. Though he survived unscathed, Napoleon used the attacks as justification for swift retaliation. Around 100 suspected conspirators were arrested. Some were executed. Others were deported to distant penal colonies, far from public view. By the dawn of the 19th century, Napoleon Bonaparte had reshaped the French Republic into something entirely new. It was still called a republic, but its heart now beat to the rhythm of a single man's ambition. The consulate was only the beginning. By the turn of the century, Napoleon Bonaparte had molded France into a nation that no longer simply survived revolution. It had begun to thrive under his control. Victory on the battlefield, political restructuring at home, and expanding influence abroad had placed him at the center of Europe's future. What came next was something no one had seen for years. A pause. In March of 1802, after nearly a decade of relentless warfare, France and Britain signed the Treaty of Amiens, temporarily ending the Revolutionary Wars. Britain agreed to withdraw from many of the colonies it had seized, and France in turn pledged to evacuate Naples. For a moment, the guns fell silent. In April, Bonaparte publicly celebrated the treaty alongside another milestone of reconciliation, his Concordat of 1801 with Pope Pius VII. The agreement re-established ties between the French state and the Catholic Church, recognizing Catholicism as the religion of the majority while preserving religious tolerance. It was a delicate balance designed to unify a fractured nation. To complete this image of national healing, referred to as fusion, Bonaparte offered amnesty to thousands of émigrés, many of whom had fled during the revolution. With this gesture, former nobles and exiles were invited home. As peace settled over Europe and the economy began to recover, Bonaparte's popularity soared. He was seen not just as a military genius, but as a stabilizing force. In May 1802, the Council of State proposed a new plebiscite, one that would ask the people to make Napoleon Bonaparte consul for life. For the first time, his first name appeared in an official political decree. The result was overwhelming. Over 3.5 million citizens voted in favor, with less than 10,000 in opposition. voter turnout ranged between 40% and 60%, the highest since the revolution. Yet beneath the calm, contradictions were brewing. Though France had regained many of its overseas colonies, control remained far from absolute. Years earlier, in 1794, the French Convention had abolished slavery in its territories. But in May 1802, Bonaparte reversed this policy, reinstating slavery in all the recovered colonies, except in Saint-Domingue and Guadeloupe, which were still controlled by rebellious generals. A French expedition under General Antoine Richeponce landed in Guadeloupe and restored French rule by mid-July, along with the brutal reimposition of slavery. Saint-Domingue, however, proved far more difficult. This colony, France's most lucrative, had become a battlefield of rebellion and revolution. Under the leadership of former slave Toussaint Louverture, the island had declared autonomy and abolished slavery on its own terms. In February 1702, Napoleon sent a massive force, 29,000 troops under the command of his brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc, to restore control. Though Louverture was captured and deported to France that summer, the campaign unraveled. Disease ravaged the French ranks, and military defeat followed at the hands of General Jean-Jacques Dessalines. By May 1803, Napoleon was forced to concede the colony. The remaining French troops withdrew, and in 1804, the island declared its independence as Haiti, the first black republic in history and the first nation born from a successful slave revolt. At the same time, tensions with Britain were simmering once more. Though peace had been declared at Amiens, it was fragile and incomplete. Britain failed to withdraw from Malta, as promised. Napoleon, meanwhile, annexed Piedmont and issued the Act of Mediation to reorganize Switzerland, moves not covered by the treaty, but which deeply alarmed London. French occupation of Holland and whispered ambitions in India further inflamed British fears. Napoleon, sensing the inevitability of renewed conflict, looked west. Realizing that France could not effectively defend its American holdings, he negotiated the sale of Louisiana to the United States. In May 1803, for the sum of $15 million, Napoleon doubled the size of the young republic across the Atlantic, funding his European ambitions in the process. The peace with Britain unraveled shortly after. In May 1803, war was officially declared once again. Bonaparte responded with fury. He reactivated the invasion camp at Boulogne and issued an extraordinary order. Every British male aged 18 to 60 found within French territory or its dependencies was to be arrested and held as a prisoner of war. The peace had lasted little more than a year. The storm clouds were gathering once again, and Napoleon was already preparing for the next move. As war once again loomed over Europe, Napoleon's grip on France only tightened. The temporary peace had allowed him to consolidate power, suppress dissent, and shape the Republic into a structure that increasingly resembled a monarchy in all but name. But threats, both real and perceived, were closing in. In early 1804, Napoleon's police uncovered a royalist plot involving high-ranking figures, including General Moreau and a mysterious Bourbon prince. Though the conspiracy lacked solid evidence, Napoleon acted swiftly and without mercy. Under the advice of his foreign minister Talleyrand, he ordered the kidnapping of the Duke of Enghien from the sovereign territory of Baden. The young duke was taken across the border, subjected to a secret military tribunal, and executed shortly thereafter, despite the lack of any proof tying him to the plot. The act sent shockwaves across Europe. Monarchs and royalists were outraged. Even Russia issued a formal protest. Yet within France, the incident had the opposite effect. It strengthened the resolve of Napoleon's supporters, who now feared that his sudden death could plunge the nation into another era of chaos. To safeguard the regime, they urged him to transform the consulate into something more permanent, something hereditary. They argued that a dynasty would offer France the stability it had long lacked, make his rule more palatable to moderates and monarchists alike, and place him on equal footing with the crowned heads of Europe. On May 18, 1804, the Senate officially declared Napoleon Emperor of the French. The very next day, he elevated 18 of his most loyal generals to the newly created rank of Marshal of the Empire, surrounding himself with a military nobility of his own making. A plebiscite in June was held to confirm the empire. The official tally claimed over 3.5 million votes in favor and just over 2,500 against. But the numbers were inflated. Between 300,000 and 500,000 votes were added to amplify the illusion of national consensus. Even so, public turnout was noticeably lower than previous votes, suggesting a weariness with political theatre. International reaction was mixed. Britain, Russia, Sweden, and the Ottoman Empire refused to recognize Napoleon's new title. Austria, however, agreed to acknowledge him in exchange for recognition of Francis I as Emperor of Austria, a delicate diplomatic trade. The crowning moment of Napoleon's transformation came on December 2nd, 1804, inside the grand halls of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Pope Pius VII presided over the ceremony, lending it the weight of divine authority. But in a bold and deliberate gesture, Napoleon refused to be crowned by the Pope. Instead, he took the crown himself, a replica of Charlemagne's, and placed it on his own head. He then crowned Josephine, making her only the second woman in French history to receive such an honor. The symbolism was clear. Napoleon's power did not come from God nor from tradition. It came from himself. During the ceremony, he pledged to defend the territory of the Republic, to honor the Concordat and freedom of religion, to uphold civil liberties, and to govern in the interest and glory of the French people. But beneath the grandeur and vows, the Republic had faded. In its place stood an empire, centralized, absolute, and ruled by the will of a single man. Less than a year later, on May 26, 1805, Napoleon extended his reach even further. In the Cathedral of Milan, he crowned himself King of Italy with the ancient Iron Crown of Lombardy. Austria, which still harbored territorial ambitions in the region, viewed the move as a direct provocation. And when Napoleon annexed Genoa and Liguria into the empire, Austria protested formally, citing violations of the Treaty of Lunéville. The coronation in Paris had confirmed Napoleon's authority at home. The one in Milan made it clear his ambitions were far from satisfied. The stage was set once again for war. With his crown freshly placed and his empire now formally established, Napoleon Bonaparte turned his attention back to the one force that had always resisted him: Britain. Though the Treaty of Amiens had briefly silenced the cannons, tensions had erupted once more, and in 1805, the fragile peace shattered under the weight of renewed alliances. A third coalition formed, this time including Britain, Russia, Austria, Sweden, Naples, and even the Ottoman Empire. Across the continent, monarchs watched Napoleon's growing influence with alarm. His coronation had not just crowned an emperor, it had reignited a war. For over 2 years, Napoleon had been preparing for an invasion of England. Along the Channel near Boulogne, he had assembled a formidable army, tens of thousands of men drilled and battle-ready. Though the invasion never materialized, this force became the foundation of a new, unified fighting machine, the Grande Armée. By August 1705, it had swelled to 350,000 soldiers organized into corps, with strong cavalry units, artillery reserves, and his most elite troops, the Imperial Guard. They were superbly trained, well-equipped, and led by experienced officers shaped by the campaigns of the Revolution. To make the invasion possible, Napoleon devised a diversion. His navy would lure the Royal Navy away from the Channel by threatening British colonies in the West Indies. But the plan unravelled when the British won a key naval engagement at the Battle of Cape Finisterre in July. The French fleet under Admiral Villeneuve, instead of linking with reinforcements, retreated to Cadiz. With the naval situation compromised and a new continental war forming, Napoleon pivoted. He abandoned the invasion of Britain and moved east, his sights now set on Austria. In late September, Napoleon ordered 200,000 troops to cross the Rhine, spreading them across a front more than 250 kilometers wide. His goal was clear: strike quickly and destroy the Austrian armies before Russian forces could arrive. The Austrian commander, Karl Mack von Leiberich, had massed his troops at the fortress of Ulm in southern Germany, but he was unprepared for the speed of Napoleon's advance. The Grande Armée executed a rapid and precise encirclement. In just a few weeks of maneuvering and minor engagements, Mack was surrounded. The resulting capitulation at Ulm saw 60,000 Austrian troops captured, while French losses were minimal, just 2,000 men. It was one of the most dazzling strategic victories in modern warfare. Yet as Napoleon celebrated his triumph on land, disaster struck at sea. On October 21st, British Admiral Horatio Nelson crushed the combined French and Spanish fleets at the Battle of Trafalgar. The victory secured British dominance of the seas for the rest of the war and ended any hope Napoleon had of challenging Britain by naval force. The French Navy, now crippled, would never again pose a serious threat to British power. Undeterred, Napoleon pressed on. His army marched into Vienna in November without resistance. There they captured vast stockpiles of weapons, including 100,000 muskets and 500 cannons, along with vital bridge crossings over the Danube. But the true test lay ahead. Russian and Austrian forces regrouped to the north under the command of Tsar Alexander I and Emperor Francis I. Despite warnings from their advisors, the two monarchs agreed to confront Napoleon directly. The battle was set at Austerlitz on December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after Napoleon's coronation. The French army took position in a seemingly vulnerable formation beneath the Pratzen Heights. Napoleon feigned weakness, ordering his right flank to retreat. The Allies took the bait, descending from the heights in an attempt to break the French lines. But the maneuver had been a trap. Napoleon struck with full force at the center, retaking the heights and launching a pincer movement that collapsed the Allied positions. In a desperate attempt to flee, Russian troops retreated across a frozen lake. Many drowned as artillery fire shattered the ice beneath them. The numbers were staggering. Nearly a third of the Allied army was killed, wounded, or captured. Austerlitz was more than a tactical masterpiece. It was a psychological blow that rippled across Europe. Austria, reeling from the defeat, quickly sought peace. The resulting Treaty of Pressburg, signed on December 26th, forced Austria to abandon the Third Coalition. It ceded large swathes of territory to Napoleon's satellite states and paid a massive indemnity of 40 million francs. The Russian army was allowed safe passage home. Napoleon himself would later call Austerlitz the finest battle of his career. It was a moment of supreme control, cunning, and dominance. But historians disagree on what it truly signified. Some argue that the victory inflated Napoleon's sense of invincibility, blurring the line between national interest and personal ambition. Others contend that he simply embodied the will of a nation hungry for power, order, and revenge after years of chaos. Either way, one thing was certain. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had reshaped the map of Europe, and he was far from finished. Even as Napoleon dominated Europe on land and watched his influence spread through diplomacy and war, his gaze turned once more to the east. The dream of undermining British power through control of the Middle East had never fully left him, not since his failed Egyptian campaign years earlier. Now, with his empire firmly rooted and his enemies reshuffling alliances, he began to explore new paths to disrupt the British and Russian grip over Asia. In early 1806, the Ottoman Sultan Selim III formally recognized Napoleon's imperial title. The move was more than symbolic. It marked a strategic pivot. Calling France our sincere and natural ally, Selim chose to align with Paris, a decision that plunged the Ottoman Empire into conflict with both Russia and Britain. Napoleon saw an opportunity to use Ottoman influence as a wedge between his continental enemies and their eastern ambitions. At the same time, he sought to expand French influence further by forging ties with Persia. A formal agreement was reached between Napoleon and Fath Ali Shah Qajar, ruler of the Persian Empire. The resulting Franco-Persian alliance offered promises of military support, mutual trade, and the hope of opening a new front against Britain in India. The plan seemed to echo his old vision of an Eastern Empire, one that could challenge British colonial interests and secure France's global reach. But the geopolitical landscape shifted faster than Napoleon's ambitions could take root. In 1707, France and Russia, once bitter enemies, signed the Treaty of Tilsit, forming an unexpected alliance that dissolved the need for French support in Persia. The Franco-Persian Pact collapsed almost overnight, and whatever momentum Napoleon had gained in the Middle East quietly evaporated. Despite his efforts, Napoleon's ventures in the region never yielded lasting results. The alliances he attempted to forge were either short-lived or proved strategically hollow. In the end, his vision of an Eastern coalition remained just that, a vision. One more piece of the world that slipped beyond his grasp. With the echoes of Austerlitz still reverberating across Europe, Napoleon wasted no time turning victory into dominion. His authority was no longer confined to French soil. It now stretched across borders, reshaping monarchies and rewriting the balance of power. In 1706, he deposed the Bourbon King of Naples and placed his brother Joseph on the throne. Soon after, his younger brother Louis was named King of Holland. France had not just grown stronger, it had become dynastic, with Napoleon's family seated on foreign thrones across the continent. But his most dramatic move came in Germany. There, Napoleon formed the Confederation of the Rhine, a union of German states that served as both a buffer and a loyal bloc under French influence. Its creation signaled the final death knell of the Holy Roman Empire, an institution that had lingered for centuries but could not withstand the force of Napoleon's new European order. Not everyone was willing to accept this reshaping of the map. In Prussia, alarm grew quickly. Napoleon's influence in German affairs posed a direct threat to Prussian prestige and sovereignty. Determined to reassert his place among the great powers, King Frederick William III joined forces with Russia and declared war on France, thus igniting the War of the Fourth Coalition. But Prussia acted too soon. French troops were already stationed in southern Germany, and Russian reinforcements were still weeks away. Napoleon responded with speed and precision, mobilizing 180,000 men and advancing rapidly along the Saale River. He maneuvered his army to cut the Prussians off from Berlin and their Russian allies. The decisive blow came at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt on October 14, 1806. In one day, Napoleon shattered the Prussian army, inflicting massive casualties and killing or incapacitating many of its senior commanders. The Prussian forces, leaderless and demoralized, crumbled. Within weeks, the French had captured over 140,000 prisoners and thousands of cannons. Berlin fell, and with it, Napoleon imposed the Berlin Decree, the first component of the continental system. It was an ambitious economic blockade aimed at crippling Britain by prohibiting trade between the island nation and continental Europe. But while grand in scope, the system would prove difficult to enforce and widely ignored in practice. Still, the war continued. Napoleon marched east through Poland to face the oncoming Russian forces. In February 1807, the two sides clashed at Eylau in a grueling and indecisive battle fought under brutal winter conditions. It was one of the bloodiest days of the campaign, yielding no clear victor. Both armies withdrew to regroup. After months of maneuvering, they met again at Heilsberg in June, but the engagement ended in another stalemate. Then came Friedland. On June 14, 1807, Napoleon crushed the Russian army in a decisive engagement near the town of Friedland. French forces inflicted staggering losses. Nearly one-third of the Russian army was killed, wounded, or captured. The scale of the defeat left the Russians little choice but to seek peace. The negotiations that followed were as theatrical as they were consequential. On June 25th, the emperors of France and Russia, Napoleon and Alexander I, met on a raft anchored in the middle of the Niemen River, symbolically halfway between their two armies. The resulting treaties of Tilsit, signed in early July, redrew the political landscape of Europe once again. Napoleon offered Russia relatively lenient terms. Alexander was to join the continental system, withdraw from the Danubian principalities, and cede the Ionian Islands to France. In contrast, Prussia was treated with open contempt. It lost half its population and territory. Napoleon carved out new states from Prussian land: the Kingdom of Westphalia, handed to his brother Jerome, and the Duchy of Warsaw, a new Polish state placed under French influence. Prussia was forced to accept a French military occupation and pay crushing reparations. The humiliation at Tilsit created deep resentment in Prussia, one that would fester for years. In Russia, the treaty was also unpopular, straining the fragile alliance between the two empires. But for Napoleon, the treaties delivered what he needed: a pause. With his eastern enemies subdued, he finally returned to France after more than 300 days on campaign. For the moment, the empire was secure, but beneath the surface, the seeds of resistance had already begun to sprout. With the treaties of Tilsit securing his eastern flank and the heart of Europe firmly under his control, Napoleon set his sights on enforcing the continental system across the western edge of the continent. Britain remained the lone, defiant power, resilient at sea, protected by its navy, and sustained by trade with allies both open and covert. Portugal, long Britain's traditional partner, had refused to fully comply with Napoleon's blockade. To close this breach, Napoleon turned his attention to the Iberian Peninsula. In October 1707, with the consent of the Spanish government, 24,000 French troops under General Jean Andoche Junot crossed the Pyrenees and marched into Portugal. By the time they reached Lisbon in November, the Portuguese royal family had already escaped, sailing to Brazil with the nation's fleet to establish a court in exile. France now controlled the capital, but this was only the beginning of what would become a drawn-out and ruinous conflict. In March 1808, internal unrest in Spain led to the forced abdication of King Carlos IV in favour of his son, Fernando VII. Sensing an opportunity to consolidate his power in the region, Napoleon summoned both father and son to Bayonne. There, under pressure, he forced them to renounce their claims to the Spanish throne. In their place, he appointed his elder brother Joseph Bonaparte as the new king of Spain. But the Spanish people would not accept this foreign-imposed monarchy quietly. On May 2nd, 1808, a spontaneous uprising erupted in Madrid. Though quickly and brutally suppressed by French forces, it ignited a wave of rebellion that swept across the country. Local resistance hardened into a national movement, fueled by outrage at the loss of their Bourbon monarchy and deep resentment toward the French occupation. By midsummer, Joseph had arrived in Madrid to assume the throne, only to flee days later after news broke of a stunning Spanish victory at the Battle of Bailén, the first time a Napoleonic army had been decisively beaten in open battle. In August, a British force landed in Portugal under the command of General Arthur Wellesley. They clashed with the French at the Battle of Vimeiro and emerged victorious. The subsequent Convention of Sintra forced Junot to surrender and evacuate Portugal entirely. These twin setbacks, Bailén and Vimeiro, shook Napoleon's confidence and exposed vulnerabilities in his empire that had not existed before. Determined to restore order and reclaim momentum, Napoleon personally took command of the campaign. But before departing for Spain, he sought to shore up his alliance with Russia. In October 1808, he met with Tsar Alexander I at the Congress of Erfurt. There, the two emperors reaffirmed their relationship, with Napoleon recognizing Russia's recent conquest of Finland and urging Alexander to pressure Britain to negotiate peace. However, Napoleon failed to secure a key commitment. Alexander refused to promise military support against Austria should it rise again. In November, Napoleon crossed into Spain and assumed control of nearly 250,000 troops. In a swift and powerful campaign, he defeated Anglo-Spanish forces in a series of engagements and re-entered Madrid on December 4th. From there, he pushed north, chasing a retreating British army through the harsh winter terrain. The British eventually evacuated at Corunna in January 1809, and Napoleon, confident that the situation was stabilizing, returned to France later that month, leaving Joseph once again in charge. But the conflict was far from over. Within months, the British returned, this time under Wellesley, soon to be known as the Duke of Wellington. Together with Portuguese and Spanish forces, the British launched a series of campaigns that would grind down French control in the region. At the same time, a brutal guerrilla war raged throughout the countryside, where local resistance fighters attacked supply lines, harassed garrisons, and bled the occupiers dry. French reprisals were equally vicious, creating a cycle of violence that devastated cities and villages alike. The Peninsular War became a quagmire, draining French resources, morale, and manpower. From 1808 to 1812, Napoleon was forced to commit nearly 300,000 troops to the peninsula. He never returned to Spain after his initial campaign, but the war would come to haunt him. By 1814, the French had been driven out completely, suffering more than 150,000 casualties. What had begun as a seemingly minor enforcement action turned into one of the most damaging campaigns of his reign. In later years, Napoleon would refer to the Peninsular War simply as the unlucky war that ruined me. And in many ways it did. It fractured his empire, sapped his armies, and gave Britain a foothold on the continent that would grow stronger with time. Spain, once thought an easy conquest, became a bleeding wound that would never fully heal. As the brutal conflict in the Iberian Peninsula dragged on, draining French resources and morale, Napoleon's enemies in Central Europe saw an opening. The forced removal of the Spanish Bourbons had sent ripples of alarm through the monarchies of Europe, none more so than Austria. Coupled with France's struggles in Spain, the Austrians believed the time had come to challenge Napoleon once more. And so, in the spring of 1809, war returned to the heart of the continent. This new conflict would become known as the War of the Fifth Coalition. Before Napoleon could respond, Austrian forces crossed the Inn River in the early hours of April 10th, launching an invasion of Bavaria. Their advance, however, was plagued by poor coordination and failed to defeat the Bavarian allies before the French could mobilize. Napoleon arrived from Paris on April 17th to assume personal command of the campaign. Just days later, at the Battle of Eckmühl, the French pushed the Austrians back across the Danube, though Napoleon suffered a minor wound to his heel during the fighting. Despite the injury, the offensive continued at pace. By May 13th, French forces had entered Vienna once again, yet the city was hollowed out, its citizens evacuated and its bridges destroyed by the retreating Austrian army. The conflict reached a turning point days later at the Battle of Aspen-Essling. On May 21st, Napoleon attempted to force a crossing of the Danube, but the Austrians met the effort with fierce resistance. In 2 days of brutal fighting, both sides suffered over 23,000 casualties. The French were ultimately pushed back, and for the first time in over a decade, Europe witnessed something rare, a battlefield where Napoleon did not emerge victorious. News of the battle spread quickly, shaking the myth of his invincibility and emboldening his enemies. Still, Napoleon was not easily deterred. After 6 weeks of preparation, he launched a second crossing of the Danube. On July 5th and 6th, the two armies met again near the town of Wagram. The battle was massive and bloody. Over 75,000 men were killed, wounded, or captured in just 2 days. The Austrians were forced to retreat once more, and Napoleon pressed the pursuit. At the Battle of Znaim on July 10th, the Austrians were finally cornered. An armistice was signed 2 days later, bringing an end to major hostilities. Meanwhile, in a poorly coordinated effort to support the coalition, a British force landed in the Netherlands in August. The expedition achieved little and was ravaged by disease. By December, it had withdrawn, having lost 4,000 men, most to illness rather than battle. The war officially ended with the Treaty of Schönbrunn in October 1809. Austria paid dearly. The empire was stripped of significant territories, losing over 3 million subjects. France gained control of Carinthia, Carniola, and critical Adriatic ports such as Trieste and Fiume. West Galicia, the portion of Poland Austria had seized in the Third Partition, was handed over to the Duchy of Warsaw. Additional territories were ceded to Napoleon's allies. Salzburg went to Bavaria, and the Austrian military was reduced to a force of just 150,000 men. Austria was also ordered to pay an enormous indemnity of 200 million francs. Though victorious once again, Napoleon's war against Austria had come at a heavy cost. The fighting had been fiercer, the resistance more organized, and the myth of his infallibility had begun to crack. Even as his empire reached its territorial height, shadows were beginning to form on the horizon. Though Napoleon had once declared himself a child of the Revolution, by 1810 he was ruling more like a monarch of the old world than a product of its collapse. His empire now stretched across much of the European continent, enforced by treaties, battlefield dominance, and a tightly woven network of satellite states. But beneath the victories and expanding borders, Napoleon remained acutely aware of one lingering vulnerability. His dynasty had no heir. His marriage to Josephine, though filled with affection and political utility in earlier years, had not produced a child. And for a man now crowned emperor, with vast lands under his control and a legacy still taking shape, that absence was unacceptable. In November 1809, he made the difficult and public decision to dissolve their union. The divorce was finalized in January 1810, marking the end of one chapter in Napoleon's personal life and the start of another, one driven by strategy as much as sentiment. His first attempt was to forge a marriage alliance with Russia by wedding Anna Pavlovna, the young sister of Tsar Alexander I. But the Tsar hesitated, citing her youth and political uncertainty. With Russian cooperation cooling, Napoleon quickly pivoted. He turned to Austria, recently defeated in war and now eager to avoid further conflict. The Habsburg court agreed to marry off Archduchess Marie-Louise, daughter of Emperor Francis I, to the French emperor. The union was formalized in early April 1810. A civil ceremony took place on the 1st, followed by a lavish religious celebration at the Louvre the next day. To many across Europe, the marriage symbolized a dramatic shift in French foreign policy, a move away from Russia and toward deeper integration with Austria. For Napoleon, it was not just a political win, but a personal triumph. On March 20th, 1811, Marie-Louise gave birth to a son, François-Charles-Joseph Bonaparte, who was immediately granted the title King of Rome. At last, Napoleon had his heir. While securing his dynasty, Napoleon continued to consolidate his empire. In a series of bold annexations, he absorbed vast new territories into French control. The Papal States were taken in 2 stages, first in May 1809 and again in February 1810. That same summer, Holland, once ruled by his brother Louis, was fully incorporated into the empire after Louis proved too independent for Napoleon's liking. In August, France extended its grip even further by annexing the northern coastal regions of Westphalia. By this point, Napoleon directly ruled or exercised control over nearly 40% of Europe's population. His empire stretched from the Atlantic coast of Spain to the plains of Poland, from the shores of the North Sea to the Mediterranean. A vast network of satellite kingdoms, each governed by family members or loyal allies, helped maintain the illusion of independent rule. But all roads ultimately led back to Paris. It was the high watermark of Napoleonic power. His dynasty had a future. His empire had expanded to its greatest territorial reach. And yet, with every conquest and consolidation, resistance was quietly growing. The very structure he had built so meticulously was now stretched thin, held together by force, loyalty, and the illusion of permanence. But in the shadows, the cracks were beginning to form. By 1812, Napoleon stood at the peak of his imperial power. His reach stretched from Lisbon to Warsaw, his family ruled thrones across Europe, and his army, vast and disciplined, was unmatched in strength. But even at this height, tension was building between France and one of its largest and most unpredictable allies, Russia. Tsar Alexander I had grown increasingly wary of Napoleon's expanding influence. The creation of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw near Russia's borders, Napoleon's marriage to Marie-Louise of Austria, and the elevation of Marshal Bernadotte, once a French general, now Crown Prince of Sweden, were all seen as moves designed to isolate and contain Russian power. The final blow came in December 1810, when Napoleon annexed the Duchy of Oldenburg, whose duke was Alexander's uncle. The insult was personal. In response, Alexander reopened Russian ports to neutral shipping and banned most French imports, undermining Napoleon's continental system. Tensions escalated. Napoleon suspected the Tsar was quietly preparing an alliance with Britain. Alexander feared that Napoleon might seek to restore a Polish kingdom on Russia's doorstep. In the final months of 1811, the emperor began preparing for war. Napoleon assembled a massive multinational force, what he would later call the Grande Armée. It numbered around 450,000 men, drawn from across the empire and its allies. Only about 1/3 of them were native French speakers. Through a series of treaties, Napoleon forced Prussia to contribute 20,000 troops, and Austria, despite its past resistance, agreed to send another 30,000. Though he branded the campaign the Second Polish War, Napoleon avoided promising Polish independence, hoping to keep Prussia and Austria from turning against him. On June 24, 1812, Napoleon's army began crossing the Niemen River into Russian-held Lithuania. His strategy was simple in theory: advance rapidly, engage the Russian army in 1 or 2 decisive battles, and force a negotiated peace. But the Russians had other plans. Rather than fight head-on, they fell back, retreating over 300 kilometers to the Dvina River. They employed a scorched earth policy, destroying crops, supplies, and villages along the way, denying the invaders the ability to feed themselves or their horses. On August 18th, Napoleon took Smolensk after heavy fighting, but his victory came at a cost: 9,000 French casualties, and the Russians once again withdrew in good order. With no decisive engagement yet in sight, Napoleon pressed onward toward Moscow. The Russians made their stand at Borodino, just west of the capital, on September 7th. What followed was one of the bloodiest single days of warfare in European history up to that point. Over 35,000 French and 44,000 Russian troops were killed, wounded, or captured. The battlefield was strewn with bodies, and still, no clear victor emerged. The Russians retreated overnight, ceding the field but not surrendering the war. Napoleon later called it the most terrible of all his battles, one where the French were worthy of victory and the Russians worthy of being invincible. A week later, on September 14th, Napoleon entered Moscow expecting a negotiated peace. But the city was deserted, and that night, fires broke out, set intentionally on the orders of Governor Rostopchin. The flames consumed much of Moscow, denying the French shelter and supplies. Tsar Alexander refused to negotiate. After waiting in vain for 6 weeks, Napoleon began the long and bitter retreat. As the Grande Armée marched west, winter closed in. At Moloyaroslavets, the French suffered thousands of casualties retaking the town. Cossacks and peasants harassed the column relentlessly. Starvation, disease, and the bitter cold decimated the ranks. Between Moscow and Smolensk, Napoleon lost another 60,000 men in just 3 weeks. On top of the battlefield disaster, he received word of an attempted coup in Paris. General Mallet had falsely declared Napoleon dead and nearly seized power before being stopped. The news was a chilling reminder of how fragile his regime had become in his absence. By early November, the survivors reached Smolensk, only to be forced onward again. Napoleon aimed for Vilnius, where a French garrison of 20,000 awaited. But Russian forces closed in from every direction. In late November, the French reached the Berezina River. With temperatures dropping to -40 degrees Celsius, they built makeshift pontoon bridges under fire. Thousands died in the crossing. Only fragments of the once mighty army remained. On December 5th, with his army disintegrating, Napoleon left the front and raced back to Paris to shore up his rule. The remnants of the Grande Armée, perhaps 75,000 of the original 450,000, struggled across the Niemen back into friendly territory. Russia had lost as many as 300,000 soldiers. Combined military losses from both sides approached 1 million. What had begun as a campaign to force a treaty ended in catastrophe. The Russian winter, the vastness of the land, and the unyielding resistance of the enemy had broken Napoleon's army. His aura of invincibility was shattered, and across Europe his enemies were beginning to stir once more. As the battered remnants of the Grande Armée staggered out of Russia during the winter of 1812-13, French forces abandoned large swathes of Poland and Prussia. The Russians pursued relentlessly. By March 1813, both Sweden and Prussia had declared war on France. Napoleon, undeterred, assembled another army, this time 200,000 strong, and personally returned to the front. In May, he defeated the coalition at the battles of Lutzen and Bautzen, buying himself time and temporary breathing room. But the coalition continued to grow. Britain formally joined in June, followed by Austria in August. Even with new victories, like the hard-fought Battle of Dresden that same month, Napoleon's position was becoming precarious. The Allies, bolstered by vast reserves of infantry, cavalry and weaponry, could afford losses in ways Napoleon could not. In October 1813, the coalition struck decisively at the Battle of Leipzig, also known as the Battle of the Nations. It was the largest confrontation of the Napoleonic Wars. Over 600,000 troops were involved. The result was a resounding defeat for France. Napoleon lost 38,000 men to death or wounds, and 15,000 more were taken prisoner. Another 50,000 were lost to illness, desertion, and retreat as his army collapsed on the way back to the Rhine. Following this crushing blow, the coalition offered terms of peace in what became known as the Frankfurt Proposals. Under the terms, Napoleon could remain emperor, but France would be reduced to its natural frontiers, retaining Belgium, Savoy, and the west bank of the Rhine, but surrendering claims to Spain, Holland, Italy, and Germany. Napoleon refused. He believed he could still reverse the tide. The Allies responded by crossing the Rhine on January 1st, 1814. British forces under the Duke of Wellington had already breached into southwestern France from Spain, while Napoleon, now commanding just 70,000 men, attempted to fend off a coalition force nearly 3 times that size. In February, he achieved several sharp victories that temporarily forced the Allies to consider peace based on France's 1791 borders. But again, Napoleon rejected compromise, choosing instead to fight on. In March, the Allies launched a coordinated campaign that ultimately proved too much. After a costly engagement at Arcis-sur-Aube, Napoleon was forced to retreat. The coalition advanced toward Paris. With just 38,000 defenders remaining and no reinforcements in sight, Joseph Bonaparte, left in charge of the city, authorized its surrender. On March 31st, coalition forces entered the capital. Empress Marie-Louise and the young King of Rome fled the night before. As Paris fell, the Senate moved quickly. On April 2nd, it passed the Acte de déchéance de l'Empereur, officially deposing Napoleon. Meanwhile, the Emperor was in Fontainebleau, still commanding 40,000 to 60,000 troops. He considered marching on Paris to reclaim the capital, but his most trusted generals, recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, refused. On April 4th, Napoleon agreed to abdicate in favor of his son, with Marie-Louise acting as regent. It was not enough. Tsar Alexander demanded a full and unconditional abdication. Reluctantly, Napoleon complied. On April 6, 1814, the man who had ruled nearly all of Europe stepped down from power. 2 weeks later, on April 20th, Napoleon gathered the soldiers of his imperial guard for a final farewell. In a moving address, he acknowledged their loyalty, their sacrifices, and their shared glory. He told them that he had chosen to step aside not because they had failed him, but to spare France from further bloodshed. His voice steady, he ended the speech with one last salute. "Farewell, my children." The era of Napoleon had come to an end, but the world had not yet seen the last of him. After 2 decades of war and nearly unmatched dominance over Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte, the emperor who had redrawn borders and humbled kings, was reduced to a prisoner of peace. Following his abdication in April 1814, the Treaty of Fontainebleau formalized his exile. But this was no ordinary banishment. The Allies granted him sovereignty over the island of Elba, a small Mediterranean territory with just 12,000 inhabitants, located only 6 miles off the Tuscan coast. It was a curious fate for a man who had once ruled an empire spanning much of the continent. The night after his abdication, broken and humiliated, Napoleon attempted suicide. During the Russian campaign, he had carried a vial of poison in case of capture, but time had dulled its potency. The dose failed, and Napoleon survived. Days later, he was escorted aboard the British frigate HMS Undaunted and taken to Elba. He disembarked at Porto Ferraio on May 4th, 1814. Even in exile, Napoleon's instinct to govern did not wane. In his first months on the island, he sketched out ambitious plans for reform. He reorganized local administration, began improving infrastructure, and proposed advancements in agriculture and mining. But his resources were limited, and his vision far exceeded the island's modest capacity. Meanwhile, his isolation grew heavier. On May 29th, news reached him that Josephine had died in France. Overcome with grief, he locked himself in his room and refused to speak to anyone for 2 days. Though surrounded by Mediterranean beauty and treated as a sovereign in name, Napoleon quickly came to see Elba not as a domain, but as a cage. His wife, Marie-Louise, and their young son had been taken to Austria and would not be allowed to join him. The promised allowance from the French government, written into the peace treaty, was cut off. Rumors swirled that the Allies intended to relocate him to a far more remote prison, an island deep in the Atlantic, from which no return would be possible. At the same time, unrest was growing in France. The restored Bourbon monarch, Louis XVIII, had quickly become unpopular. Discontent simmered among the people and within the army. Napoleon, ever attuned to shifting tides, saw his opportunity. He would not wait to be forgotten or silenced. On the night of February 26, 1815, less than a year after his exile began, Napoleon made his move. With a force of around 1,000 loyal men and a small fleet of 7 vessels, he slipped away from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant. His destination was not another sanctuary. It was the heart of France. The empire, he believed, had one more chapter left to write. The quiet hills of Elba were soon behind him, and the world was once again watching. On March 1st, 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte, exiled emperor, fallen sovereign, returned to France with just a handful of loyal troops and an unyielding will to reclaim his destiny. He landed at Golfe Juan on the southern coast and began a bold march north through the Alps toward Paris, traveling a route that would later be immortalized as the Route Napoleon. At first, resistance seemed certain. On March 7th, near Grenoble, the 5th Regiment of the Line intercepted his small column. Alone, unarmed, and facing drawn muskets, Napoleon stepped forward and called out to the soldiers, "Here I am, kill your emperor if you wish." But instead of fire, there was a cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" The soldiers joined him on the spot. His legend had spoken louder than any order. In the days that followed, his support swelled. Marshal Michel Ney, who had vowed to deliver Napoleon to Paris in an iron cage, defected to his former leader with 6,000 troops. By mid-March, the old emperor was no longer a fugitive. He was a movement. Meanwhile, the powers assembled at the Congress of Vienna responded with alarm. On March 13th, they declared Napoleon an outlaw. Just days later, Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia each pledged to deploy 150,000 soldiers to crush his renewed rule. But within France, the return was swift and unopposed. King Louis XVIII, sensing the tide turning, fled Paris on March 20th. That same evening, Napoleon entered the capital. The crowds welcomed him once more, just as they had in his early days. He quickly re-established a government and introduced constitutional changes to secure his legitimacy, which were approved by plebiscite in May. A new Chamber of Representatives was elected shortly after, though suffrage remained restricted by property qualifications. Napoleon's focus turned to the threat from the coalition. He began assembling an army to meet the invasion, but the law forbade forced conscription, and time was short. He managed to raise around 300,000 men, many of them raw recruits and National Guardsmen, lacking the training of his once mighty forces. On June 12th, He led roughly 124,000 troops, the newly formed Army of the North, into Belgium. His goal was classic Napoleonic strategy: divide and conquer. He aimed to drive a wedge between the British Army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian forces under Field Marshal Blücher. After initial victories at Ligny and engagements at Quatre Bras, Napoleon faced Wellington at the Battle of Waterloo on June 18th. The fighting was fierce and relentless. Time and again, French columns surged against the British lines, but Wellington's forces held. Late in the day, as exhaustion set in, Blücher's Prussian reinforcements arrived and struck Napoleon's exposed right flank. The French line crumbled. In a matter of hours, the battle turned from a close contest into a rout. It was one of the most decisive defeats in Napoleon's military career and the final blow to his return. He rushed back to Paris, only to find the political winds had shifted once again. The legislature had turned against him. Recognizing that his position was hopeless, he abdicated for the second time on June 22nd, naming his son as his successor. He withdrew to Malmaison, the former home of Josephine, now filled with memories and ghosts. As coalition forces closed in on the capital, Napoleon knew he had few options left. On June 28th, the Prussians reached Senlis, just north of Paris. Reports came that they had orders to capture him dead or alive. With escape on his mind, Napoleon traveled to the port city of Rochefort, hoping to flee to the United States. But the British Navy had blockaded the harbor. Cornered, out of options, and unwilling to risk further bloodshed, Napoleon surrendered on July 15th to Captain Frederick Lewis Maitland aboard HMS Bellerophon. His reign had ended once more, not with the grandeur of empire, but with the quiet dignity of surrender. The 100 days were over. The final chapter of his rule had closed. But history, as always with Napoleon, was not yet finished. With his second abdication final and the threat of further war looming, the Allied powers were determined to ensure that Napoleon Bonaparte would never again rise to reclaim the continent. This time, there would be no leniency, no island near the European mainland, no illusion of sovereignty. Instead, they chose to banish him to the edge of the known world, the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. Located nearly 2,000 kilometers from the coast of West Africa, St. Helena was windswept, isolated, and nearly impossible to escape. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at the island aboard HMS Northumberland, accompanied by 27 loyal followers. From the moment he stepped ashore in Jamestown, his life was under constant surveillance. A garrison of over 2,000 British soldiers was stationed on the island, and 10 Royal Navy vessels patrolled the surrounding waters in rotating shifts. There would be no Elba-style return. Initially, Napoleon resided at a small estate known as the Briars, where he stayed for 2 months. Eventually, he was moved to Longwood House, a sprawling but dilapidated 40-room wooden structure on a windswept plateau. The home was plagued by damp air, mouldy walls, rats, and a harsh, unrelenting climate. It was no palace. Over time, the poor conditions became a focal point of controversy. British newspapers accused the government of trying to hasten Napoleon's death, and his own letters to Governor Hudson Lowe were filled with complaints of illness, bad food, and mistreatment. Despite his surroundings, Napoleon clung to the dignity of imperial formality. He insisted on protocol, as though still on the throne. Dinner guests were expected to dress in military uniform or evening attire, and visitors were received with the pomp of courtly ritual. It was his way of denying the reality of his imprisonment, one last act of defiance in a world that had stripped him of power. He filled his days with reading, dictating his memoirs, and reviewing the great campaigns that had once made him master of Europe. For a brief time, he even tried to learn English under the guidance of his companion Emmanuel de las Casas, but quickly abandoned the effort, frustrated by his lack of progress. As the months passed, Napoleon circulated detailed reports of his poor treatment, hoping to sway public opinion in Europe. He believed that if enough sympathy could be stirred, the powers might be pressured into relocating or freeing him. But the British government, wary of his cunning and influence, instructed Governor Lowe to tighten restrictions further. Napoleon's household budget was slashed, his title as emperor was deliberately ignored, and all of his companions were required to pledge not to leave the island without him. Back in Britain, his treatment sparked heated debate in Parliament. In 1817, a motion was introduced calling for an official inquiry. Nothing came of it. That same year, Napoleon's health began to decline. His physician, Barry O'Meara, diagnosed chronic hepatitis and warned that the harsh climate and lack of activity were worsening his condition. Governor Lowe dismissed the warnings and expelled O'Meara from the island. From then on, Napoleon's world grew smaller. In 1818, the Allied powers formally announced that Napoleon would remain on St. Helena for the rest of his life. When he received the news, he fell into a depression. He withdrew further into himself, often spending days secluded in his chambers. His health deteriorated rapidly. Members of his entourage gradually began to leave the island. Las Casas departed in 1816, General Gourgaud in early 1818, and Albin de Montholon, rumoured to have been his lover, left the following year. In their place, a new physician, François Carlo Antomarchi, and 2 Catholic priests joined the household. Though cut off from the world, surrounded by wind and rock, Napoleon remained a figure of fascination, defiance, and fading grandeur. St. Helena was no battlefield, no royal court, and no throne, but it would become the final stage upon which the emperor's story unfolded. As the winds of St. Helena howled across the barren cliffs and the days grew shorter, so too did the life of the man who had once ruled half of Europe. By early 1821, Napoleon's health had sharply declined. Years of exile, poor living conditions, and relentless mental strain had taken their toll. In March, he was confined to bed. His once commanding presence now lay still, frail and pale beneath the damp ceilings of Longwood House. In April, sensing that his time was nearing its end, Napoleon dictated 2 wills. They were filled with defiance and prophecy. He declared that he had been assassinated by what he called the English oligarchy, predicted the fall of the restored Bourbons, and foretold a future where his son would one day rule France. He left his estate to 97 legatees, including members of his household, and expressed one final wish: to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the people of Paris whom he still considered his own. On May 3rd, the last rites were administered. He was too weak to take communion. 2 days later, on May 5th, 1821, Napoleon Bonaparte died at the age of 51. His final words, recorded differently by those at his bedside, were a muddled blend of memory and longing. France, the army, tête d'armée, Joséphine. Whether he was calling for the country he once led, the troops who had carried his glory, or the woman he had once loved, no one could say for certain. but the man who had once shaped the world with sheer force of will had fallen silent. An autopsy was conducted by his personal physician, Francois Carlo Antomarchi, alongside British doctors. Both reports concluded that Napoleon had died from internal bleeding caused by stomach cancer, the same illness that had claimed his father. Later, a controversial theory suggested he may have been poisoned by arsenic after unusually high levels were found in preserved strands of his hair. Yet subsequent research showed that arsenic was common in medicines, cosmetics, and even the water supply of the time. A 2021 analysis by international pathologists reaffirmed the original diagnosis: advanced stomach cancer. Napoleon was buried with full military honours in a quiet valley on St. Helena, known as the Valley of the Geraniums. His body was placed inside 4 coffins, 2 metal and 2 mahogany, and sealed within a stone tomb. His heart and intestines were removed and entombed separately, according to tradition. Legends swirled around the autopsy, including lurid rumours that parts of his body, including his penis, had been removed and later exhibited, an odd footnote in the mythos of an already larger-than-life figure. For nearly 2 decades, his remains lay on that distant island, far from the country he had once ruled. But in 1840, under mounting pressure and with a growing cult of memory surrounding his legacy, the British government granted permission for his body to be returned to France. Louis-Philippe I, King of the French, sent a delegation to St. Helena to recover the emperor's remains. When the tomb was opened, witnesses were astonished to find the body remarkably well preserved. On December 15th, 1840, Napoleon received the grand funeral he had been denied in death. Between 700,000 and 1 million people lined the streets of Paris to witness the procession. His coffin was taken to Les Invalides, where it was temporarily placed in the chapel of Saint-Jérôme. 2 decades later, under the reign of his nephew Napoleon III, a monumental sarcophagus was built to honor him. In 1861, Napoleon's remains were moved one final time, entombed in a massive red quartzite crypt beneath the golden dome of Les Invalides, surrounded by the names of his greatest battles. The emperor who had once crowned himself now rested beneath one of France's most hallowed domes. His empire had long since faded, but his story, bold, tragic, and enduring, was far from forgotten. With Napoleon's death, the era of empires forged by will and war came to a close, but the man himself remained a source of endless fascination. Generals, historians, psychologists, and poets have all tried to define him. Was he a tyrant or a visionary? A ruthless manipulator or a pragmatic reformer? Even in the quiet of his tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides, the debate continues. Nearly every historian agrees on one point: Napoleon Bonaparte was a man of staggering intellect. He possessed a remarkable memory, an analytical mind, and a capacity for organizing complex operations with uncanny efficiency. In battle, he could issue rapid-fire commands across multiple fronts, envisioning the movement of troops like pieces on a grand chessboard. He was known for working tirelessly, often for long stretches without rest, and expected the same from those around him. As a leader, he inspired near-religious devotion. His troops revered him, and even his enemies could not deny the gravitational force of his presence. The Duke of Wellington himself once remarked that Napoleon's presence on a battlefield was worth 40,000 soldiers. But for all his charisma and command, he could also be cold and cruel. He was known to humiliate subordinates in public, lash out in rages when frustrated, and show no tolerance for incompetence. Some biographers, like Michael Browers and Frank McLynn, have described a darker side, a misogynistic streak, and instances of cruelty not just to enemies, but occasionally to women, children, and animals. Opinions also differ on whether Napoleon ever truly felt at home in France. Born in Corsica and often viewed as an outsider by the French elite, he seemed to drift between identities. Some, like Hippolyte Taine, argued that Napoleon saw others only as tools, cut off from sympathy or affection. Others, like Arthur Levy, insisted he had genuine emotional depth, citing his affection for Josephine and his moments of clemency toward former enemies and disloyal subordinates. That duality, brilliant yet brutal, rational yet romantic, defined much of his life. On one hand, he was a product of the Enlightenment, a rationalist who valued science, merit, and technical expertise. He promoted men based not on nobility but on ability, regardless of their political pasts. He was willing to compromise in the early years, listening to advisors and experts, even if they disagreed with him. Yet as his power grew, so did his intolerance. By the height of his empire, he was surrounded by flatterers and yes men, his ability to compromise steadily eroding under the weight of his own certainty. He was not an ideologue. He did not conquer in the name of democracy, monarchy, or revolution. He was, above all, a pragmatist, one who sought order, control, and legacy. But he also had dreams. His expedition to Egypt was as much a military maneuver as it was a cultural crusade. He brought with him scientists, artists, and scholars, eager to catalogue the ruins and secrets of ancient civilizations. Yet in private, he fantasized about Eastern empires and divine rule. "I saw myself founding a religion," he once wrote, "marching into Asia, riding an elephant, a turban on my head, and in my hand a new Quran that I would have composed to suit my need." Despite this rationalism, Napoleon was deeply superstitious. He believed in omens, signs, and destiny. He studied numerology, consulted horoscopes, and often asked of new commanders, "Is he lucky?" His belief in fate was reinforced by early triumphs at Austerlitz and Jena, which seemed to confirm his sense of divine favor. "I am of the race that founds empires," he boasted, comparing himself to Caesar and Alexander. In later years, psychologists have tried to diagnose the mind behind the myth. Alfred Adler used him as the namesake of the Napoleon complex, describing how perceived physical inferiority, Napoleon stood slightly below average height, could result in overcompensating dominance. Others, like Wilhelm Reich and Erich Fromm, speculated that his ambition and aggression stemmed from deeper psychological insecurities, including sexual dysfunction or early family trauma. Harold T. Parker suggested that rivalry with his older brother and the bullying he endured in French military schools may have left lasting scars, feeding his hunger for recognition and control. But perhaps the truth of Napoleon lies not in any one theory, but in his contradictions. He was a man of reason and superstition, mercy and ruthlessness, humility and grandeur. He dreamed in the language of philosophers and ruled with the instincts of a soldier. He was, as history continues to show, neither wholly hero nor villain, just human, writ large. As much as Napoleon was a master of war and politics, he was also a master of imagery. He understood the power of appearance, how uniforms, posture, and symbolism could shape perception just as powerfully as cannons or proclamations. Though his legacy is built on battles and strategy, his visual presence, carefully cultivated during his lifetime and endlessly reimagined after it, has become just as iconic. Napoleon is most often remembered in the uniform of a colonel of the Chasseurs à Cheval of the Imperial Guard, the elite cavalry regiment that served as his personal escort. Dressed in dark green with gold trim, topped with a wide bicorn hat worn sideways, and striking his famous hand-in-waistcoat pose, he projected the image of calm authority and martial confidence. That posture, made famous by the painter Jacques-Louis David in 1812, was no accident. It was designed to suggest control, composure, and timeless leadership. Contemporary descriptions of his physical appearance, however, reveal a far less commanding figure in person, at least at first glance. As a young officer, he was consistently described as slender and somewhat gaunt. Johann Ludwig Fürstenberger, who accompanied him during the late 1790s, recalled him as slight and emaciated looking, with a dark complexion and unpowdered black hair hanging loosely on both sides. And yet, despite this unkempt exterior, Fürstenberger noted something undeniable. His presence was intense. His eyes and expression revealed a seriousness, a force of personality that quickly overshadowed any physical shortcomings. When English artist Joseph Farrington met him in 1802, he echoed similar observations. Napoleon's eyes, he remarked, were lighter than expected, a soft grey. His general demeanour was gentler than the reputation that had preceded him, and though he was below middle size, his posture conveyed discipline and intent. As he aged, Napoleon's appearance changed noticeably. By 1811, observers noted that he had grown heavier and sallow. Novelist Paul de Kock described him as yellow, obese and bloated, a stark contrast to the lean general who had once crossed the Alps on horseback. Still, the myth of Napoleon's image had long since taken hold. During the Napoleonic Wars, that image was weaponized by his enemies. In Britain, he was vilified in newspapers and satirical cartoons as a tyrant and invader. To frighten children, stories painted him as a bogeyman. Little Boney, they called him. Caricatures mocked his height, temperament and ambition, portraying him as a raging, power-hungry dwarf bent on world domination. A nursery rhyme warned that he would come to eat misbehaving children. The goal was clear: to shrink the threat by ridiculing the man behind it. Ironically, the truth about his height tells a different story. At roughly 170 centimeters, or about 5 feet 7 inches, Napoleon was average height for a Frenchman of his time. The myth of his short stature likely arose from confusion over French and British measurement systems, as well as his frequent appearance alongside taller members of his Imperial Guard. Regardless of the rumors or the ridicule, Napoleon's image endured. Whether standing in full regalia before his guard, wrapped in his signature cloak atop a snow-covered battlefield, or immortalized in paintings with hand tucked into his coat, he left behind not just a legacy, but an icon, one carefully built, fiercely guarded, and endlessly interpreted. As much as Napoleon was a political reformer, legislator, and symbol of imperial ambition, he was above all a soldier, one whose name would forever be etched into the history of warfare. His campaigns reshaped not only the map of Europe, but also the very principles of how wars were fought and won. No matter the crown on his head or the laws he passed, it was through military innovation and battlefield brilliance that he made his deepest mark. While Napoleon is often celebrated for his strategic genius, he did not build his military doctrine from nothing. He studied the works of earlier theorists like Comte de Guibert, and drew heavily from reforms implemented during the French Revolution. The revolution had already introduced sweeping changes to the military system, most notably conscription and the rise of merit-based promotions. Napoleon refined these elements, institutionalizing them across the armies of his empire. One of his most enduring contributions was the reorganization of the army into corps, large, self-contained units that could march separately and fight together. This innovation allowed for greater mobility, flexibility, and rapid concentration of force. He also redefined the role of artillery, creating mobile reserve batteries that could be deployed with devastating precision. His staff system was more fluid and responsive than that of any European rival, and he brought cavalry back to prominence, not as a ceremonial holdover, but as a decisive striking force. Historians and military thinkers have long debated the full extent of Napoleon's brilliance, but many place him among the greatest commanders in history. Karl von Clausewitz, the Prussian general and theorist, referred to him as a master of war. The Duke of Wellington, his eventual nemesis, once admitted that Napoleon was the greatest general of all time. British politician Henry Vassall Fox called him both the greatest statesman and the ablest general of ancient or modern times. His strength lay not only in his grasp of tactics, but in his unmatched ability to move large numbers of troops quickly and concentrate them at the decisive point. He kept his forces unified, avoided weak points in his own lines, and struck fast to claim key positions. But as historian Owen Connolly noted, Napoleon's battlefield decisions often defied standard military theory. He relied not only on planning, but on sheer instinct, watching the chaos unfold, then adjusting in real time with stunning clarity. Napoleon was above all an aggressive commander. He favored offense over defense and sought not just to outmaneuver his enemies, but to destroy them outright. Under his leadership, the objective of warfare shifted. No longer was the goal simply to win territory or secure diplomatic concessions. Napoleon aimed to annihilate opposing armies and dismantle the political structures behind them. This led to broader, bloodier campaigns with much higher stakes. As his empire expanded, so did the scale of war. Battlefronts stretched across nations. Defeats often resulted in regime change. Wars became deeply political, and the consequences more far-reaching than ever before. In many ways, Napoleon did not just fight wars, he transformed them. The methods he employed, the speed of his maneuvers, and the totality of his objectives all signaled a departure from the limited wars of the Ancien Regime. He ushered in a new era, an era of total war, where ideology, territory, and sovereignty were all entangled, and where victory meant nothing short of total dominance. This legacy, as much as his laws or legends, is what shaped the modern world. The battlefield was his canvas, and on it he painted an empire. Though Napoleon Bonaparte left an indelible mark on history, reforming institutions, redrawing borders, and revolutionizing military doctrine, his legacy remains deeply divisive. For every statue raised in his honor, there has been a critic questioning whether he built an empire of progress or an empire of pain. At the heart of the debate is a central question. Was Napoleon an enlightened despot who modernized Europe, or a megalomaniac whose ambitions drowned the continent in blood? Some have gone as far as to compare him to Adolf Hitler, most notably historian Peter Geil in 1947 and writer Claude Ribber in 2005. Yet most modern scholars reject that comparison, arguing that while Napoleon's wars were brutal and far-reaching, he did not engage in genocide or the industrialized extermination of political enemies. Even so, his record is not without horror. Historians like David A. Bell and Michael Broers have condemned his execution of thousands of Turkish prisoners of war in Syria, a decision seen by many as an unforgivable act of wartime cruelty. Napoleon's aggressive foreign policy, critics argue, was a direct catalyst for the Napoleonic Wars, which consumed Europe for over a decade. The death toll is staggering, an estimated 6 million lives lost. Economies across the continent were shattered, and an entire generation grew up under the shadow of near-constant conflict. Historians such as Alan Forrest, Corelli Barnett, and Michael Broers have questioned the scale of his military reputation, suggesting that his victories came at unspeakable cost, often due to tactics that prioritized speed and shock over soldier survival. The toll extended beyond the battlefield. Napoleon's campaigns were financed by a relentless extraction of resources from conquered territories. Taxation was heavy, levies were demanded, and satellite states were expected to supply men and money. He imposed protectionist trade policies that benefited France at the expense of his allies. Cultural exploitation was rampant. Priceless artworks and artifacts were looted from across Europe and sent to Paris, where they were displayed in the Louvre as symbols of imperial superiority. While this helped establish the modern idea of a national museum, it also laid the groundwork for centuries of cultural theft and controversy. Domestically, Napoleon's turn toward authoritarianism became more pronounced after 1807. He censored the press, shut down independent newspapers, and sidestepped democratic institutions. Judges who showed independence were dismissed. Critics were exiled. He concentrated power in the executive and surrounded himself with loyalists, while steadily eroding representative government. While he introduced legal uniformity through the Napoleonic Code, he also curtailed civil rights, especially for women, children, and people of color. His reintroduction of hereditary titles and nobility ran counter to the revolutionary ideals he once claimed to uphold. Perhaps most damning of all was his role in the Haitian Revolution and his decision to reinstate slavery in France's overseas colonies. Though the French Revolution had abolished slavery in 1794, Napoleon reversed that progress in 1802, leading to widespread suffering in the Caribbean and Indian Ocean territories. The attempt to reimpose slavery in Saint-Domingue led to fierce resistance, and ultimately, France's defeat and the birth of Haiti, the first Black Republic. That chapter remains a permanent stain on his reputation. Napoleon was, without doubt, a transformative figure. He reshaped institutions, codified laws, and altered the course of European history. But the cost of his ambition was immense. For every reform, there was repression. For every battlefield triumph, a trail of suffering. In the end, the legacy of Napoleon Bonaparte remains suspended between admiration and condemnation, a mirror in which power, vision, and violence are eternally intertwined. And so, from a windswept island in the Mediterranean to the golden dome of Les Invalides, from battlefield glory to final defeat, the life of Napoleon Bonaparte unfolded like a legend written in steel and ambition. He rose from obscurity on Corsican soil to command empires, challenge monarchies, and leave his signature across the face of Europe. In just 2 decades, he built a world that would take a century to dismantle. He was a man of contradictions, both liberator and tyrant, genius and opportunist, visionary and destroyer. He shattered the old order, only to crown himself in its image. He inspired loyalty so fierce it endured exile, defeat, and death. And he provoked resistance so relentless that entire nations rose to crush him. History does not speak of him in quiet tones. It remembers his victories in thunder, his defeats in silence, and his legacy in complexity. To some, he was a champion of progress. To others, a man who plunged Europe into darkness. But to all, he was unforgettable. As the candlelight dims and sleep draws near, remember that the course of history is never smooth. It is carved by men like Napoleon, bold, flawed, unrelenting, and human. Rest now with the echoes of empires behind you. The story is done, and tomorrow awaits.